Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera
up. Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Wednesday night. Had to cancel last night for some wind and rain, so it is Wednesday. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We have 13 races on tap for you here tonight. 12th race is the feature with PL Quicksand, newcomer to Prince Edward Island. And Brady Sweet will do the driving tonight. In for second is Doc Awesome from post 2 with Corey McPherson. 3 is Middleton Terror with David Dowling. Brookdale Johnny 4 with Paul Angel. Rounding out the field 5 is Sobble Attack, last week's winner with Kenny Murphy aboard. It's going to be a good night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. We got some program and equipment changes for you tonight. Hopefully you have a lot of ink in your pen and some sharp pencils. As we're upstairs to the man who will call all the action, here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 32 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 6 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Derek Fallon. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race tonight, number 2, Camco Haley. The driver is Brody McPhee. Race 1, number 2, Camco Haley. Brody McPhee driving. Next change, go to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 4, Midnight Love. The driver tonight is Corey McPherson. Corey McPherson on Midnight Love in the fourth. She also has an equipment change. She's removing the screen. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. Number 5, Wild River Coyote. The driver tonight, Kenny Murphy. Race 5, number 5, Wild River Coyote, Kenny Murphy drives. Turning over to race 6. In the sixth race, number 5, Elm Grove Quest will be driven by Brady Sweet. Sixth race, the 5-entry Elm Grove Quest, Brady Sweet now drives. Turning over to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 7, Dusty Duke. The driver is Paul Langell. Race 7, number 7, Dusty Duke. Paul Langell drives. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 1, Woodmere Ideal Art. The driver tonight is Kyle Mason. Kyle Mason driving 1, Woodmere Ideal Art in the 9th. Turning over to race number 10. In the 10th race, number 2, 2 Points. The driver tonight will be Gary Chappell. Gary Chappell on number 2, 2 Points. Number 5, Starship Zodiac. The driver is Norris Rogers. 5, Starship Zodiac in the 10th, Norris Rogers driving. And also in race number 10, scratch the 9-entry Rymar Jimbo. Race 10, scratch number 9, Rymar Jimbo. Turning over to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 3, Privilege. The driver tonight is Brady Sweet. Brady Sweet on 3, Privilege in the 11th. Turning over to race number 12, tonight's feature. In the 12th, number 3, Middleton Terror. The driver will be Brody McPhee. Race 12, number 3, Middleton Terror. Brody McPhee drives. Turning over to race number 13, tonight's finale. Number 3, Don't Come Looking, will be driven by Brady Sweet. Race 13, number 3, Don't Come Looking, Brady Sweet will drive. That will complete the changes on tonight's 13 race presentation. The Par Mutual wickets are open and selling. The first race post time, 6 o'clock in 24 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Wednesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's have a look at race number 6, fillies and mares. Good class of fillies and mares in here. 6 of them going behind the starting gate with It's Model Time on the rail with Kenny Murphy, Canvas of Stars 2 and Ryan Darash, Rock the Baby 3 with Corey McPherson, Broke and Out of Gas leaves 4 with Paul Angel, 5 is Elm Grove Quest with Brady Sweet, and in the outside 6, Glenview Ronda with Brody McPhee. As I mentioned, going to be a good night of harness racing here tonight at Red Shores here in Summerside. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors, you'll see the Atlantic Post calls paddock cam for tonight's opener. I'm going to go 3, 2, and 1. Backstretch beat at 3, 2, and 5. Class prize choice is 3, 2, 7. Note number 2, Camco Haley. The driver is Brody McPhee. 10 minutes to post.
First race on track for post parade number 1, Do or Die, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville. Willie McKay trains and drives. Camco Haley 2 is owned by Claire Murphy of Millvale. Daryl Murphy of Lethbridge, Alberta, trained by David Dowling. Note the driver change to Brody McPhee. You Bet 'Em Easy 3, owned by Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, Douglas Lowthers, trained by Joe Baxter, Jacob Sweet. 4 is Elm Grove Tux, Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station, owns, trains, and drives. 5 is Spinelli, owned by Chantel Langell of Montague, Paul Langell trains and drives. Le'Veon Bell 6, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Mario Macri, Ryan DeRoche. 7, Twin Turbo Diesel, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne Stewart, Joe's the trainer, Kenny Murphy drives. 8 is Bugtown Nash, owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Walsh, Robbie Chappell. There goes the 9. What's It to Ya? Tammy Collins, Hazelbrook, owns and trains, Corey McPherson drives. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Red Shores, Summerside. This is the start of the Isle Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool. Rocky Skirmit is next with details on the new track triple.
Red Shores Summerside has another exciting on-track promotion until the end of our live racing season, which is next Tuesday night, November the 11th, introducing the new track triple. Buy the Isle Pick 5, a Pick 4, and 1 daily double, and you will have a chance to win $500. Ask your on-track seller about the new track triple. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First of 13. It's the first half of the daily double. Exactor, Triactor, Win Place and Show. 20-cent Superfecta. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Isle Pick 5. Landing on the 3. You Bet I'm Easy. 2-year-old Brown Filly by Tobago Case for Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers. Joe Baxter is the trainer. Jacob Sweet will do the driving. Qualified here October 28th. That was last Tuesday night. Left on the rail at Broken Equipment, was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 2:01 and 2, 29 and 1. Closing quarter, 4th lifetime start for this 2-year-old filly tonight. It's You Bet I'm Easy with Jacob Sweet from post 3 at 1-9. There's a look at the 2, Camco Haley, 2-year-old bay filly by Blood Money for Claire Murphy and Daryl Murphy. David Dowling, the trainer. Note the driver change to Brody McPhee. Started here last Tuesday night from post 2. Finished second by a nose. Race time 2:04 and 2, 31 and 3. Closing quarter, 5th lifetime start tonight for this 2-year-old filly by Blood Money. It's Camco Haley with Brody McPhee from post 2 at 6-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That's Do or Die. 2-year-old bay gelding by Blood Money for Bill McKay of South Granville. Willie McKay is the trainer and the driver. Started here Tuesday night. Left from 9 in the back tier. Finished 5th. Just beat by 2.5 lengths. 2:04 and 4. 30 and 3 closing quarter. Makes her 14th. His 14th lifetime start tonight. On the rail, it's Do or Die with Willie McKay at 36-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's opener. Do or Die and Willie McKay now at 24-1. Camco Haley, Brody McPhee at 7-1. You Bet I'm Easy, 3 and Jacob Sweet. Your current choice at 1-5. The 4, Elm Grove Tux and Dana Sweet at 75-1. The 5, that is Spinelli and Paul Angel at 21-1. 6, Le'Veon Bell and Ryan DeRoche, 77-1. 7 is Twin Turbo Diesel and Kenny Murphy at 7-1. 8 is Bugtown Nash and Robbie Chappell at 10-1. In the back tier, that's What's It to You and Corey McPherson at 21-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's opener. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's opener has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Do or Die, Camco Haley, You Bet 'Em Easy, Elmgrove Chuck Spinelli, Le'Veon Bell, Twin Turbo Diesel, Bugtown Nash, and back the trailer. What's it to you? Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. And there they go, off and facing. Elmgrove Chuck's leaving out. You Bet 'Em Easy goes with him. And on the outside, Le'Veon Bell is way wide on the turn. Do or Die at the rail, stacks him 3 high. Up into 4th, Elmgrove Chuck's. Then in 5th, that is Camco Haley. Moving up 6th, Bugtown Nash. Then 7th, Spinelli. From 8th, and Fancy stepping in there. What's it to you? And trailing the field is Twin Turbo Diesel. They're over to the opening quarter. And off stride with Bugtown Nash in the early going, up to take over the lead. You Bet 'Em Easy has cleared for Jacob Sweet off an opening quarter mile of 30 seconds flat. Racing from 2nd, that's Le'Veon Bell. Around the turn, Do or Die 3rd. 4th, that's Elmgrove Chucks. What's it to you? On the far outside is 5th. Up in between horses, Twin Turbo Diesel. Then Spinelli towards the rail, Camco Haley. And the trailer, Bugtown Nash. At the midway point, led by You Bet 'Em Easy. Here's the stablemate, Twin Turbo Diesel, up to challenge and take over the lead. Then in 3rd, Le'Veon Bell. 4th on the outside, Spinelli. Opening half mile in 1:01 and 01. There's the inquiry sign. Race number 1 is under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets in here. They're headed to 3/4, led by Twin Turbo Diesel. 2nd, You Bet 'Em Easy. Back into 3rd, Le'Veon Bell. Spinelli on the outside. She's 4th. Then in 5th, it's Do or Die. Watch it to you in 6th. Racing from 7th towards that inside. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 4. 29 and 3 was the 3rd quarter. It's going to be a Joe Baxter trainee. Which one's it going to be? Twin Turbo Diesel, the leader. You Bet 'Em Easy on the outside, right with them. Deep stretch now in an all-out war to the wire. Twin Turbo Diesel for Kenny Murphy will get there. 2nd is You Bet 'Em Easy, and there's a show photo. 2:02 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. We saw You Bet 'Em Easy get to the front, 30 seconds, the half in 1:01 and 1. Had a challenger, stablemate Twin Turbo Diesel was on the move. Took over going to 3/4 in 1:30 and 4. And here's the stretch drive. The 2 Joe Baxter trainees are going to battle to the wire here. And we're going to see Twin Turbo Diesel and Kenny Murphy get his 2nd lifetime win from 15 tries. 2:02 flat the mile tonight with You Bet 'Em Easy in there for 2nd. Up for 3rd, that is the 6. Le'Veon Bell, so it's 7-3-6 unofficially in tonight's opener under an inquiry. Hold all tickets.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials will examine the first quarter of a mile in tonight's first race. Judge's inquiry involves the conduct during the first quarter mile. Twin Turbo Diesel on his way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winners Circle from tonight's first race. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Stonebridge Terror off the Largo Dam. Elm Grove Future owned by Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne Stewart, bred by the late Frank Banks of Summerside, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy will guide him to victory tonight in 202. Twin Turbo Diesel in the Wednesday night opener at Summerside.
Here's a look at the inquiry underway in tonight's opener. See, going up the backstretch to the quarter, this is the judge's inquiry in tonight's opener.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Results of the first race judges' inquiry. No violations. Here's the official results now in race number 1. It is official. Do or Die was 5th. Camco Haley was 8th. You Bet 'Em Easy 2nd. Elm Grove Tuss was 6th. Spinelli finished 4th. Le'Veon Bell 3rd. Twin Turbo Diesel, the race winner. Bugtown Nash was 9th. What's It To You finished 7th. 30, 101 and 1. 130 and 4, and the mile in 202. In review, it's 582, 643, 197. Twin Turbo Diesel paid $11.90. The exactor 69.20. Triactor honored the ticket 7-3 all at 105.10. There is a superfecta carryover.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Wednesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. One race in the books thus far. Let's talk about the Grand in Your Hand. One more night after tonight for this. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway. On live race days here, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash. On November the 11th, there will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca.
Love Party on the second race post rate, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge in Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. No Fool Tobago 2, Garth Cole of Kensington owns and trains Brady Sweet drives. Molly Malone 3, owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter and driven by Kenny Murphy. Animosity 4 is owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, Ryan DeRoche. 5 is Windermere Classy, owned by Windermere Farms, Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey, Matt Burke and Don McNeil Jr. Trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. 4 minutes, 2 post time. With 2 cards remaining, it's still a close race for the driving title here in Summerside. Rocky has a rundown of the top 5 drivers.
And there is a look at the top drivers here thus far with 1 race card after tonight remaining. David Dowling leads by a narrow margin, and he's off all his drives tonight. 55 wins over Corey McPherson, second with 53. Paul Angel's close with 52. Kenny Murphy has 43, and Mark Campbell rounds it out with 39 wins. Those are the top drivers 2025 thus far here at Red Shores in Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, Triactor, Win Place. No show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta. Also, don't forget you can tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 5, Windermere Classy, 3-year-old bay filly by Malicious for Windermere Farms. Brian and Ira Wallach Racing in New Jersey. And Matt Burke and Don McNeil Jr. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, the trainer, with Paul Angel in the bike. Started at Charlottetown October the 30th. Left from 4, finished 4th. 156-2, 28-1 closing quarter. Look at that mile 5 down in the program at Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stakes, August the 9th for $17,100. Finishing second, race timed 154-4, 28-3. Closing quarter, 3 wins from 12 tries this season, over $29,000 in the bank, and a record of 156-3 at Truro Raceway. In the Stanfield, it's Windermere Classy from post 5 with Paul Angel. Your current choice at 1-4. There's a look at the 2, No Fool Tobago, 4-year-old brown mare by Tobago Case for Garth Cole of Kensington. He's also the trainer and the breeder. Brady Sweet will do the driving. Started here Tuesday night. Last Tuesday night from post 3, finishing 6th, by 2 1/4. 158-3, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. 3 starts down. Right here in Summerside, October the 14th from post 2, a winner by a length in 158-3, season's best. Closing it out in 29-2, Brady Sweet was in the bike. Post 2 tonight for No Fool Tobago with Brady Sweet at 7-2. And on the rail tonight is Love Party, 4-year-old bay mare by Stag Party for Suzanne McKagan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Blaine McKenna is the trainer. Bought one in Harrisburg. I noticed today on the sale results. Corey McPherson will do the driving tonight. Started here last Tuesday night from post 8, finishing 3rd. 2 minutes, 2 fifths, 30-2 closing quarter. 2 wins on the season, 158-4 season's best. At Charlottetown, it's Love Party on the rail with Corey McPherson tonight, 21-1. Tonight's second race has a field of 5, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Love Party, No Fool, Tobago. Molly Malone, Animosity, and Windermere Classy are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Molly Malone, the first one out. No Fool Tobago second. Animosity, and way wide into the turn. Windermere Classy. They're 4 wide in a field of 5 here in the second. And they arrive at the 8th pole 4 high. Up the backstretch they go. No Fool Tobago along the rail. Between horses, Molly Malone out there 3 wide. Animosity. Then in 4th, Love Party. And going to plan B, the heavy favorite, Windermere Classy, is the trailer. Oh, they're to it and at it and to it on the front end. Now led by Molly Malone and Kenny Murphy. Animosity parked out second, 29 seconds, flat the quarter. No Fool Tobago in the pocket third. Love Party fourth. Windermere Classy fifth, and off the paddock turn they come, led by Molly Malone. Animosity in a whole heap of trouble. Parked on the outside second, in the pocket third. No Fool Tobago. Windermere Classy takes over fourth, and now trailing at the rail. That is Love Party halfway home, led by Molly Malone in 59 and 4. Animosity lays outside second. No Fool Tobago third. Windermere Classy on the outside fourth, and trailing, that's Love Party, but she's not out of it. All 5 contenders as they go to 3/4. And they're back out there, 3 wide. Molly Malone at the rails, 3 deep. Windermere Classy and Animosity hangs tough between them in third. Fourth is No Fool Tobago. Love Party is the trailer out there, 3 wide with the lead in 1:31. That is Windermere Classy. Animosity just won't go away. Here comes No Fool Tobago out there, 4 wide. Down the home stretch they come. And the 5 of them will be in the picture here. Set that camera up. Here is No Fool Tobago and Brady Sweet on the line. What a trip from Animosity. She's second. Might have been Windermere Classy third. And the time for the mile in 2:01 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Molly Malone went to the front, 29.5, 59. Tortured the whole way, though, by the 4 Animosity, who lived out there again this week and will hang on for second as we see No Fool Tobago come from the back of it, circles the field and gets the job done in 2:01 and 1. That is her 5th win of the season, 6th career. Brady Sweet supplies the winning drive tonight. Animosity in there for second. Looks like the 5, Windermere Classy, in there for third. It's 2-4-5 unofficially. In tonight's second race, we're going to see No Fool Tobago and Brady Sweet. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Breds winner's circle in a moment.
No Fool Tobago in the second race winner's circle, pacing round mare 4 by Tobago K's off the drop-off jam. Woodmere No Fool, a homebred of Garth Cole of Kensington. Garth, also the trainer. Brady Sweet will guide her to victory in 2:01 No Fool Tobago in tonight's second race.
This race replay is brought to you by All-Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All-Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from tonight's second race. Love Party 4th. No Fool Tobago, the race winner. Molly Malone was 5th. Animosity 2nd. Windermere Classy 3rd. They went 29, 59, and 4. 131 and the mile in 2:01 and 1. In review, it's 4:15.23. No Fool Tobago 13.50 to win. Exactor 124.90, Triactor 133.70, Superfecta was 94.84, and the early daily double 159.20.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine, Standardbred, and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. I'm going to go with a 6-1-2. Backstretch beat at 4, 5, and 6. Classifier's choice is 1-4-5 in the third race in 8 minutes.
Royals Alley on the third race parade, owned by Barbie Affleck of Cornwall and Dina Clow of New Haven. Dina does the training, driven by Brett Clow. 2 Brookdale Shelley, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Sporty Spice 3 has Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Sylvia Hall Andrews, Nanaimo, British Columbia. Dolly Sky is 4, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, trained by Kyle DeRoche. Devin Wallace drives. Run for the Money number 5, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall of Alberton. Brady Sweet trains and drives. 6 is Timberly Lady, owned by Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer-driver. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky at the HBI broadcast desk with a look at the leaderboard for the top trainers here in Summerside.
Earl Watts leads the way with 24 wins. Phil Sizer in second with 20. Tammy Collins is third with 17 wins. Jacob Sweet, George Renison, and Kyle Williams round out the top trainers with 15 wins apiece. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Field of 6, Exactor, 20 cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the 6 in here, Timberly Lady, 4-year-old bay mare by Peng Shui for Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet, the trainer and the driver, started here last Tuesday night. Left from 7, finished 4th. 2 minutes, 3 fifths, 31 seconds on the end of it. 3 wins from 28 tries this season. Took a record of 157-1 right here at Summerside and over $11,000 in the bank. Post 6 tonight for Timberly Lady with Jacob Sweet. Good odds, 11-1. Here's a look at the rail sitter in here. That is Royals Alley. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Barbie Affleck of Cornwall and Dina Clow of New Haven. Dina Clow is the trainer with Brett Clow in the driver's seat. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from post 8 and finished 8. 2 minutes, 2 fifths, 30-1 closing quarter. Brett Clow was in the bike, looking for her first win of 2025. Could be tonight. Leaving on the rail is Royals Alley and Brett Clow at 13-1. There's a look at the 2, Brookdale Shelley, 4-year-old bay mare by Rockin' in Heaven for Doug Pauley and Doug Pauley Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer and Paul Langell will do the driving. Last Tuesday night here, left 4 and finished 5th. 2 minutes flat, 30-2 closing quarter. Paul Langell was in the bike, 3 starts down here. October the 14th, left from 7. A winner by 3/4 of a length in 2 minutes flat, 30 seconds flat closing quarter for Paul Langell. 4 wins from 25 tries and a record of 156-4. Taken right here at Summerside this season. Brookdale Shelley from post 2 with Paul Langell, 5-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's third race. Field of 6, Royals Alley and Brett Clow at 7-1. Brookdale Shelley and Paul Langell at 5-1. Sporty Spice with Kenny Murphy aboard at 12-1. The 4, Dolly Sky on your screen right now with Devin Wallace at 4-1. The 5, Run for the Money and Brady Sweet at 1-2. And rounding out the field on the outside 6, that's Timberly Lady with Jacob Sweet at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's third race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's third race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Royals Alley, Brookdale, Shelley, Sporty Spice. Dolly Sky, Run for the Money, and Timberly Lady are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Dolly Sky, the first one out. Timberly Lady to her outside. Brookdale Shelley, the third one to make the turn. To get away fourth is Royals Alley from the outside fifth. That's Run for the Money. And at the rail 6 is Sporty Spice. Up the backstretch they go from the outside. Here's Timberly Lady. At the rail, that's Dolly's boy. Oh, the boys from the west. They're having a to-it and at it and to it on the front end, and Jacob Street will clear the lead aboard Timberly Lady. Dolly Sky took him on in the early going as they opened it up to a solid quarter-mile time of 28 and 1. Timberly Lady paid the price to lead it. Dolly Sky made her pay that price. Is second, then third. Brookdale Shelley, Royals Alley fourth, then in fifth it's Sporty Spice and the trailer. A Run for the Money straight alignment at the midway point, led by Timberly Lady as she tries to get a breather in over to the half mile in 58 and 4, just 30 and 3. The second split off the big time opener. They have 3/8 of a mile to go, and Timberly Lady's the leader. On the outside, Brookdale Shelley is second, third at the rail, Dolly Sky fourth. From the outside, Royals Alley at the rail fifth. That's Sporty Spice, and on the outside 6 is a Run for the Money. They go by 3/4, and Timberly Lady is still there. Brookdale Shelley on the outside applying the pressure. 3/4 of a mile in 1. 29 and 2 with an 8 left to go. Timberly Lady is holding them off here, turning for home. Dolly Sky in the passing lane. Brookdale Shelley hanging on the outside. Deep stretch now, and here is Dolly Sky for Devin Wallace on the line. Timberly Lady trying to hang on, then we'll need a picture. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. We saw Timberley Lady parked to the quarter in 28-1, takes the lead. Half up 58-4, 129-2 to 3/4. And here's the stretch drive. Dolly Sky had her on top a few times this season. She finally breaks through to get her first win of 2025, going to the winner's circle tonight in 2 minutes flat. That is her 18th lifetime win. Devin Wallace in the seat for the win. Timberley Lady in there for second. Up for third is the 2, Brookdale Shelley. It's 4-6-2 unofficially. In the third, we're going to see Dolly Sky and Devin Wallace. They're going to the winner's circle next.
Dolly Sky on her way to the Woodmere Standardbred winner's circle from the third race. Bay pacing mare 9 by Dolly. Off the Towner's Big Guy Dam. Towner's Skylark, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape. Bred by Norman Harnick of Ingersoll, Ontario. Trained by Kyle DeRoche. Devin Wallace will guide her to victory in 2 minutes flat. It's Dolly Sky in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the third race: Voyage Alley 5th, Brookdale Shelley 3rd, Sporty Spice 4th, Dolly Sky the race winner. Run for the Money was 6th. Timberley Lady finished 2nd, fractions of 28-1, 58-4, 129-2, and the mile was 2 minutes. In review, 5-3-4, 1-6-2. Dolly Sky paid $13.60. The exactor 138.80. The triactor 318.25, and the superfecta was 258.75.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Wednesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, along with Vance Cameron, bringing you all the action tonight. 3 races in the books. Let's talk about the Red Shores wagering menu. Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the I'll Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High Fives, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The I'll Pick 5, Super High 5, and the Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 4th race. Field of 6. I like 3, 2, 5. Backstretch beats going 1, 2, 3. Class first choice is 2, 4, 3. Note the driver change on the 4 to Corey McPherson in the 4th race in 7 minutes. First call 50-50. Isabella's up here in the oval. This is your first call 50-50. And there's that close show photo from tonight's 3rd race. You're seeing the 2, Brookdale Shelley just nipping Sporty Spice on the line. There's a good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Mima's Amapo on the 4th race post-race owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point. Taylor Doyle does the training, driven by Brody McPhee. Salzburg Lynn number 2 is owned and trained by Joe Baxter of Spring Valley. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 Smiling in Heaven. Gary Chappell of Stratford is the owner and the driver, trained by Stacy Dara. Midnight Love 4 is owned by Elaine Shortliff from Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Note the driver change to Corey McPherson. 5 is Singer's Choice, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. Red Dirt Diamond 6 is owned and trained by Dina Clough of New Haven, driven by Brett Clough. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky returns with the top selection, but first a message from HBI Bet and the new HBI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HBI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HBI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Field of 6, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the 3, Smiling in Heaven, 4-year-old brown mare by Rockin' in Heaven for Gary Chappell of Stratford. Stacey Dara trains, and Gary Chappell will do the driving. Look down the program here. He's got 5 seconds in a row, including the latest last Tuesday night here. Left from 4, cut it all out, finishing second, just beat by half a length. 2 minutes flat, 29-4 on the end of it. 12 times in the top 3 from 21 tries with a 2:01-1 season's best at Charlottetown. Over $8,000 in the bank. A little closer inside this week than last week. I figure that might be an easier way to the front tonight for Smiling in Heaven on the post 3 with Gary Chappell aboard at 3-1. There's a look at the 2, Salzbrook Lynn, 3-year-old bay filly by Malicious for Joe Baxter, Spring Valley. He's also the trainer looking for a training double. Kenny Murphy's looking for a driving double. Qualified here last Tuesday night, left from 2, finishing 2, 2:01-3, 29-4. Closing quarter, has 6 starts this season, including a maiden record of 157 flat at Truro Raceway on June the 6th. That's Salzbrook Lynn from post 2 tonight with Kenny Murphy aboard at 3-1. And rounding up my top choices, that's the 5, Singer's Choice, 3-year-old bay filly by Courtly Choice for Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. He's the owner, trainer, and the driver, and got a win last Tuesday night here. Left on the rail, winner by half a length, 2 minutes flat, 29-3. Closing quarter, that was the second lifetime win for Singer's Choice. Jacob Sweet aboard from post 5, good odds, 10-1. Tonight's fourth race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mimosa Mapo, Salzbrook Lynn, Smiling in Heaven, Midnight Love, Singer's Choice, Red Dirt Diamond, top of the stretch. Fourth race, ready for a start. Rough and patient, smiling in heaven, leaving out me Mars Amapo is second, third, one to the turn, Midnight Love, fourth. That is Salzburg Lynn. Then fifth is Singer's Choice, and the trailer will be Red Dirt Diamond. So Smiling in Heaven and Gary Chappell have taken over the lead. Me Mars Amapo goes second, racing from third is Midnight Love, Salzburg Lynn away fourth. Then in fifth it's Singer's Choice and Red Dirt Diamond trailing the field. Movement on the front end. Here comes me Mars Amapo in line to Brody McPhee to take over top spot. Smiling in Heaven now second, Midnight Love third. They were at the quarter in 29 and 3. Back into fourth is Salzburg Lynn, racing fifth is Singer's Choice. On the outside, that is Red Dirt Diamond 6. Down the stretch they come, approaching the opening half mile next, led by me Mars Amapo. Second, Smiling in Heaven, there goes Midnight Love to the outside third. Racing fourth on the outside is Red Dirt Diamond, along the rail fifth. That is Salzburg Lynn. Singer's Choice is 6:59 and 4 was the half mile. Arriving at the 5/8, me Mars Amapo the leader. From the outside, Midnight Love is taken second. Third at the rail, Smiling in Heaven. Then in fourth, that's Salzburg Lynn. On the outside, fifth is Red Dirt Diamond. Trailing the field, Singer's Choice are at the three-quarters. Me Mars Amapo the leader. Midnight Love the challenger. Third at the rail is Smiling in Heaven. Fourth towards the inside is Salzburg Lynn. Three-quarters, 1:29 and 3 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Me Mars Amapo turning home. Midnight Love on the outside second. Smiling in Heaven third. Salzburg Lynn fourth. Down the stretch they come. Me Mars Amapo almost there. Midnight Love, Smiling in Heaven, me Mars Amapo will win for Brody McPhee. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Kind of overlooked this mare, this filly leaving on the rail tonight. That's me Mars Amapo. Brody McPhee gets to the front, 29 and 3, the half 59 and 4, 129 and 3 to three-quarters. Here's the stretch drive. Smiling in Heaven pops into the passing lane here, but not enough. Me Mars Amapo gets the third lifetime win tonight from 15 lifetime tries. 2 minutes flat. Brody McPhee in the bike, and it is close for second and third. We're going to see me Mars Amapo and Brody McPhee in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Me Mars Amapo on her way to the fourth race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 years, the daughter of Roll With It Harry, off the Real Desire Dam, Mapo's Mown Hay, a homebred of Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle. Brody McPhee will guide her to victory in 2 minutes flat. Me Mars Amapo in the fourth.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in the fourth, Mimosa Mapo, the race winner, Salzburg Lynn fourth. Smiling in Heaven was third. Midnight Love second. Singer's Choice fifth. Red Dirt Diamond was sixth. 29 and 3, 59 and 4, 129 and 3, and the mile was 2 minutes. In review, it's 143, 256. Mimosa Mapo paid $11.80. The exactor 30.20, the triactor 34.60, and the superfecta 10.45.
Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program, which is race 13 tonight. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at both Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 5th race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like 2-3-1. Backstretch speed at 2-1-3. Classifier's choice is 2-3-1 in tonight's 5th race. Note the driver change. Wild River Coyote, number 5, will be driven by Kenny Murphy. Post time in 7 minutes.
Fifth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Land and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Ricky is the trainer. Brady Sweet drives. 2, Louis the Great, owned by Elite Weight of Summerside. Les Weight from Charlottetown. Les is the trainer, driven by Corey McPherson. 3 is Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. James Rains the 4, owned and trained by Donald Sweet of O'Leary, driven by Jacob Sweet. 5 is Wild River Coyote, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Brian Walsh, and note the driver change to Kenny Murphy. Bet the Bull 6, owned by Martin Keffer from Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell aboard. Starship Destiny 7, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett, trained by Kyle DeRoche and Kyle Drive. Katie Overdrive, number 8, owned by White Rabbit Racing of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Kyle Mason. 9, Bold and Bad, owned and trained by Dina Clough of New Haven, driven by Brett Clough. 3 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections. In the first Super High Five of the night, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on to the 2, Louis the Great. He's the talk of the tote board right now at 1 to 9. Way down in class tonight. Good post position to work with. I'll use the 3, the veteran Brookdale Jim for the deuce. For tri-actor players, I'm on to the rail. And that's J.J. Patrick. For 4th, I'm going to 7, Starship Destiny, coming in with back-to-back wins. And I'll close it out with the long shot, Bold and Bad from the trailing spot 9. 2, 3, 1, 7, 9 from the booth. Mr. Skierman, your choices.
Well, the tri-actor's the same, 2, 3, 1. Then I went to the 4, James Rains, shows some pretty good miles and has a win this season, 156 and 3. Then I went to the 7, Starship Destiny, to round it out. So I go 2, 3, 1, 4, 7. Vance going 2, 3, 1, 7, 9. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five. Tonight's fifth race has a full field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's super high 5 time. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
J.J. Patrick, Louis the Great, Brookdale Jim, James Raines, Wild River Coyote, Bet the Bull, Starship Destiny, Katie Overdrive, and the trailer is Bold and Bad, and they're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and facing J.J. Patrick is the first one out. Second is Brookdale Jim up the inside. Bold and Bad third. Louis the Great's away fourth. Crossing over in fifth. That is James Raines. Then sixth is Starship Destiny. Racing from seventh in the early going. Wild River Coyote. Eighth is Bet the Bull. And on the outside ninth, Katie Overdrive. Brookdale Jim made the lead for Paul Angel as they arrive at the quarter mile. Racing from second is J.J. Patrick. Now third, Bold and Bad. Racing fourth is that 1-9 chalk, Louis the Great. 28 and 4 was the quarter mile. Now James Raines fifth, Starship Destiny sixth, seventh. That is Wild River Coyote. Then Bet the Bull is eighth, and on the outside ninth, KD Overdrive. They arrive at the half mile next, led by Brookdale Jim. Tracking in the 2-hole, J.J. Patrick. Louis the Great is underway third. Bold and Bad now fourth. James Raines has fifth, and in sixth, that is Starship Destiny. 58 and 2 for a half a mile. At the 5/8 pole, Brookdale Jim the leader. Louis the Great on the outside second. Third at the rail is J.J. Patrick. That is Bold and Bad racing from fourth. Then in fifth towards the inside, James Raines on the outside and racing sixth is Starship Destiny. Bet the Bull seventh. Moving into eighth is Katie Overdrive. And now Wild River Coyote ninth. 3/4, 127 and 4. Eighth of a mile left to go. At the rail, Brookdale Jim on the outside. Louis the Great, and going wide third, J.J. Patrick. They're in deep. Stretch now on the wire. Here is Louis the Great and McPherson. Second, that is Brookdale Jim. Third is J.J. Patrick. And the time for this mile in 1:57.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Super high 5 time. Brookdale Jim was cutting this one out. 28-4, 58 and 2. 127 and 4. Louis the Great came first over, and they battled past the 3/4 and all the way down the stretch here. But Louis the Great on the class drop gets the job done. 6th time this season, 8th career, winning tonight in 157 and 4. In for second, Brookdale Jim with J.J. Patrick third. Vance and I ice cold here in the 5th. We're going to see Louis the Great and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner Circle next.
Louis the Great goes to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle from the 5th race. Bay pacing gelding 3 by Danson Lou off the Shadow Play Dam. Tinkerbella On the Leith weight of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown, bred by Tara Hill Stud Limited of Ontario, trained by Leslie Wade and Corey McPherson, drives him to victory in 1:57 and 4. Louis the Great in the Super High Five.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire, Malicious, this is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the fifth: J.J. Patrick third, Louis the Great the race winner. Brookdale Jim was second, James Rains fifth, Wild River Coyote ninth, Bet the Bull was seventh, Starship Destiny sixth, Katie Overdrive was eighth, Bold and Bad finished fourth. They went 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 127 and 4, and the Mild in 157 and 4. In review, 312 597 684. Louis the Great 210, Exactor 490, Triactor 960, and the Super High Five 9173.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Wednesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Ultimate Guest Experience Thursdays in the Top of the Park at Charlottetown. Join us Thursdays in the Top of the Park for the Ultimate Guest Experience. This offer includes an all-you-can-eat buffet, live racing action, $10 casino free play coupon, and a $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one great price of $35.95 plus tax. For more information on the Ultimate Guest Experience, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. Note the driver change on the 5, Elm Grove Quest, to make the driver Brady Sweet. I'll Lake 416, as does the classifier. Backstretch beat 413 in the 6th race in 6 minutes.
It's Model Time will lead the 6th race on Post Freight, owned by Michelle Noyo of Summerside, trained by Blaine McKenna. Kenny Murphy drives. Canvas of Stars 2, owned by Mallory Davies from Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, Ryan DeRoche. Rock the Baby number 3, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, driven tonight by Corey McPherson. Broken Head of Gas number 4, owned and trained by Tammy Collins from Hazelbrook, Paul Angel. 5 is Elm Grove Quest, owned by Norma Legier from Shediac, and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones, and note the driver change to Brady Sweet. Number 6 is Glenview Rhonda, owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Brody McPhee aboard. Post-time clock is down to just 1 minute wagering time here in race 6. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casinos, and restaurants.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's sixth race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 4 in here with a field of 6. Broken Head of Gas, 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Tammy Collings of Hazelbrook. She's the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Paul Angel is in the driver's seat tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night, left from 4. Wire-to-wire winner in 155 flat. That was her 11th lifetime win, 7th of the season. Jill Barrio was in the bike for the win. Post 4 tonight for Broken Head of Gas with Paul Angel. Your current choice at 1 to 5. And there's a look at the rail sitter. It's model time. 7-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Michelle Noyo of Summerside. Blaine McKenna is the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the bike. Last start last Tuesday night here from post 3. Finished second, just beat a length and a half. 155 and 1, closing it out in 29 seconds flat. May very well be the fastest trip she's gone in her life. It's model time, leaving on the rail tonight with Kenny Murphy aboard, looking for a double. 2 to 1. And there's a look at the 6th, the free-legged 7-year-old bay mare by Immaculate, Glenview Rhonda. Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia is the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Brody McPhee back in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night, left from 5, finished 3rd. 156 flat, 29 and 2 closing quarter. 2 wins on the season from 15 tries. 157 flat, season's best. Taken right here at Summerside. That is Glenview Rhonda from post 6 with Brody McPhee aboard. He's looking for a drive and double tonight, and right now they're at 10 to 1. Tonight's 6th race has a field of 6, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
It's model time. Canvas of Stars, Rock the Baby. Broken Head of Gas, Elm Grove Quest, Glenview Rhonda. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing. It's model time will lead them out. Second is Canvas of Stars. Third one to the turn, Rock the Baby. Away 4th, Broken Head of Gas. Coming up 5th from the outside, that is Glenview Rhonda. Now the trailer is Elm Grove Quest. So it's model time is on the engine for Kenny Murphy by 2. Second is Canvas of Stars. Moving up 3rd, Broken Head of Gas. Now racing 4th, Rock the Baby. 5th is Glenview Rhonda. And then 6, that is Elm Grove Quest. They pass by the quarter, and here comes And Eddie Gash for Paul Angel to clear the lead, 28-4 the opening quarter. Now it's Model Time is second, racing third, Canvas of Stars, Rock the Baby, coming out of the turn fourth, Glenview Ronda fifth, and Elm Grove Quest is sixth. Straight alignment towards the half mile they come. Broken Eddie Gash, the heavy favorite, the leader at the midway point. It's Model Time is second. There goes Glenview Ronda up on the outside to take over third. Fourth is Canvas of Stars. Then fifth and going wide, Rock the Baby, and the trailer, Elm Grove Quest is sixth, 58 and 1/2 a mile. Up the backstretch they go to three quarters. Broke and Eddie Gash the leader. Its Model Time is second. Glenview Ronda on the outside third. Moving up fourth, Rock the Baby. Canvas of Stars back to fifth and trailing sixth. Elm Grove Quest they're by three quarters. Broken Eddie Gash got them there. 127 flat, and she leads by 2 with an eighth to go. Second at the rail, it's Model Time. Glenview Ronda now third. Rock the Baby fourth. Down the home stretch they come. Broken Eddie Gash will do it again this week in line to Paul Angel. It's Model Time held second. Glenview Ronda will finish third, but it's Broke and Eddie Gash tonight in 156 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. We saw Broken Head of Gas drive up to the front past the quarter, 28-4, gets to the front, 58-1 to the half, three quarters in 127, and here is the stretch drive. Broken Head of Gas is going to win again tonight. Back-to-back, 8th win of the season, 12th career. For Broken Head of Gas, Paul Angel in the bike for the win. It's Model Time in there for second. Up for third is the 6, Glenview Ronda, 416 Ice Cold in tonight's sixth race. That's a great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media of Broken Head of Gas in the slow-mo here in tonight's sixth race. We're going to see Broken Head of Gas and Paul Angel in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next. Last call 50-50, $250 to the winner. Right now, Isabella's up here in the oval. Last call 50-50.
Broken Eddie Gas finding her way into the sixth race winner's circle. Big pacing mare she's 4 by Arthur Blue Chip. Off the Goliath by Amadam, one hot vet. Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook owns, trains, also the breeder. Paul Angel guides her to victory this week. She goes back to back tonight. A good trip of 156. Broken Eddie Gas in the sixth.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in race 6, its model time was second. Canvas of Stars fifth. Rock the Baby fourth. Broken Eddie Gas the race winner. Elm Grove Quest was sixth. Glenview Rhonda finished third. The fractions were up in 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 127, and the mile in 156. From the top, your program reads 254, 163. Broken Eddie Gas returning 260. The Exactor was 370, the Triactor was 690, and the Superfecta 275.
We want to hear from you. Take our short guest survey by visiting Redshores.ca/survey and let us know about your most recent visit to Red Shores. Guests who complete the survey are entered into a monthly draw for a chance to win a $50 dining card. And we'll slide the selections into the screen as the horses make their way out of the paddock for tonight's 7th race. I'm going to go with a 4, 5, and 1 in here. Backstretch beat legs 4-1-2, and the classifier's choice is 4-2-1 in tonight's 7th race. In 6 minutes, note the driver change on the 7, Dusty Duke. Make the driver Paul Angel.
On the 7th race post parade, number 1 is E-Gamer, O'McGarth and Haley Cole of Kensington. Haley does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Number 2, Hemingway. Brett Clough drives for owner-trainer Abby Clough, Cornwall. Mockbook Pro number 3 is owned by Paul Conway of Bon John, Zach Conway of Charlottetown, trained by Paul Conway, driven by Zach Conway. Century Invictus number 4. Norris Rogers trains and drives for owner Matty Rogers, Summerside. Sweet Sylvia, number 5, is owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Brienne the Beauty, number 6, owned by Eric Wilson from Dundas, Ontario. Trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy up. Dusty Duke is 7, owned by Norma Legier of Shadiac, and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Trained by Alan Jones, and note the driver changed to Paul Langell. Number 8, Pineapple Express, is owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Breadalbin. 4 minutes to post time for backstretch beat, winning post positions, driver profiles, and free race programs. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Landing on the 4 in here, Century Invictus, Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Better's Delight from Addison Rogers of Summerside. Norris Rogers, her father, is the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 4 and finished 5th, 158-4, 29-1 closing quarter. Has a win this season, 159-4. Right here in Summerside, dropping down in class a little bit. Century Invictus, I look for Norris to send this horse right down the road tonight and get it done. Post 4, Century Invictus, 6-5. And there's a look at your 5 entry, Sweet Sylvia, 8-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer for Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. She's also the trainer. Corey McPherson gets the call to drive tonight. Last start last Tuesday night here, left from 3 and finished 6th, 201-4, 30-4 closing quarter. Brett Clough was in the bike. Something that caught my eye was the last time Corey McPherson drove this mare was in Charlottetown on September the 25th, left on the rail and finished 2nd. With a mile in 1:58.3, 29 seconds flat, closing quarter. Still looking for that first win of 2025. The 5, Sweet Sylvia with Corey McPherson aboard. Right now, 3-1. And there we see the rail sitter, E. Gamer. 8-year-old bay gelding by Chemistic for Garth and Haley Cole of Kensington. Haley Cole, the trainer. Brady Sweet is in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was here on October 21st. Left from post 5, could interfere with leaving. Finished 6th, place 5. 202-2, 30-2 closing quarter. 158-2 mile. 3 starts back here on October the 6th. Left from 5, finishing 4th with a closing quarter of 29-4. Just his 6th start of the season. Looking for that first win. E-Gamer on the rail with Brady Sweet at 5-1. Anyone that purchased a yearling at the Atlantic Classic sale in Crapo. The transfers have now been released to buyers. If you are adding more owners to your purchase or putting them in a stable name, please notify Standard Canada Rep Joy Power or Standard Canada Head Office Linda Bedard before November the 30th, 2025. Tonight's 7th race has a field of 8, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
E-Gamer, Hemingway, Mockbook Pro, Century Invictus, Sweet Sylvia. Began the Beauty, Dusty Duke, and Pineapple Express. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and facing Century Invictus will lead them out. That is Sweet Sylvia. Towards the inside, it's E-Gamer. Then the fourth one, as they make their way on around the turn, is Hemingway. Coming up fifth is Pineapple Express. Away sixth, Mockbook Pro. Then seventh, that's Dusty Duke. And trailing the field, Brienne the Beauty. Leading the field, Century Invictus for Norris Rogers. In the two-hole, that's E-Gamer. Taking the seat third was Sweet Sylvia. Then racing from fourth, that's Hemingway. Pineapple Express dropped in to be fifth. Then the sixth one, Mockbook Pro, followed then. Racing from the seventh towards the rail, Dusty Duke, and on the outside, Brienne the Beauty underway, 29 and 4 over to the first quarter. Off the paddock turn they come, and they straighten down the stretch. Led to the half by Century Invictus. Two-hole ride, that's E-Gamer. Third is Sweet Sylvia. Then fourth, Hemingway. From the outside, Pineapple Express moved out fifth. Mockbook Pro up the rail is sixth. Brienne the Beauty seventh. And Dusty Duke now trails 1 minute. 4 for a half a mile. Down to 3/8 of a mile to go. And Century Invictus has not seen a challenger. E-Gamer the two-hole ride. Sweet Sylvia third. Hemingway fourth. Pineapple Express on the outside fifth. Mockbook Pro sixth. Then Brienne the Beauty seventh. And Dusty Duke is eighth. They're by 3/4. Century Invictus has a 2-length lead in the late going. 3/4 in 1:31 flat. They're down to an eighth to go. And he's opened up now by 3. Make it 4. Century Invictus headed on home. E-Gamer is second. Third is Sweet Sylvia. Oh, Maddie, you're going to the winner's circle. Here's Century Invictus for Norris Rogers. They go all the way. Second is E-Gamer. Third, that is Sweet Sylvia. And a wire-to-wire trip. 2 minutes, 2 fifths.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. And as a lot of us expected, Century Invictus goes right down the road tonight, 29 and 4. The half up a minute 4, down to 3/4 in 1:31. And Norris is on cruise control tonight with Century Invictus as they go wire to wire in 2 minutes, 2 fifths. Second win of the season, 24th career. Congratulations to Madison Rogers and her dad Norris in the seat tonight. In for second, that is E-Gamer. Sweet Sylvie up there for third, so it's 4-1-5 unofficially. In the 7th, we'll see Century Invictus and Norris Rogers. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Century Invictus on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from tonight's 7th race. Bay facing gelding 6, he's my better's delight off the McCardle Dam striker cord. Owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside, bred by Century Spring Farms of Ontario. Trained and driven to victory by Norris Rogers with every call to winning one tonight in 2 minutes and 2/5. Century Invictus in the 7th. Now the official results in race 70, Gamer was 2nd, Hemingway 7th, Mockbrook Pro 5th, Century Invictus the race winner. Sweet Sylvia was 3rd, Brienne the Beauty 6th, Dusty Duke finished 8th, Pineapple Express was 4th, 29-4, 1 minute 4, 131, and the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. From the top, your program reads 275-136-84. Century Invictus returning 310 to win. The exactor 780, triactor 1710, and the superfecta was 2469.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. See, I'm going to go with a 5-3-1 in here. Backstretch speed at 2-5-3. Classifiers choice is 5-2-1 in the 8th race in 7 minutes.
Eighth race on Post Parade, Harlequin Romance number 1 is owned by Barry Bigger of Summerside, trained by Jason Bigger with Ryan DeRoss driving. Going Yardwares number 2, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson. Thinking of Eddie 3 is owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. Princess Halo 4, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Junior Baglow of Freetown, trained by Garth Cole. Kenny Murphy drives. 5 is Starship Beauty, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training and the drive goes to Paul Langell. 4 minutes to post time. Join us for Appy Hour at Red Shores Summerside. Every Wednesday night from 7 to 8, customers can enjoy free appetizers on the gaming floor while supplies last.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Field of 5, Exactor, Win in Place. No show wagering in here. 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor as well. Landing on the 5, Starship Beauty, 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Windermere Farms of Springvale. Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle Williams is the trainer with Paul Angel in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start in Charlottetown, October the 30th. Left from 4 and was a winner by a neck in 157 flat, 29-2 closing quarter. That was her 6th win of the season, 8th career. 156-4 season's best taken right here at Summerside. Starship Beauty on the outside 5 tonight with Paul Angel, your current choice at 2 to 5. There's a look at the 3. Thinking of Eddie, 4-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui. She's free-legged for Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Spreet of Springfield West. Brady's also the trainer and the driver. He has a win tonight, looking for a double. Scratched from last Tuesday's start, but the 21st was here from post 7, was a winner by a neck in 159-3, wire to wire. 30-3 closing quarter, 8 wins. Career, that was her 3rd win of the season. 156-4 season's best at Charlottetown. Thinking of Eddie from post 3 tonight with Brady Spreet at 2 to 1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Harlequin Romance, 5-year-old bay mare by He's Watching for Barry Bigger of Summerside. Jason Bigger, the trainer. Ryan DeRoche gets the call to drive tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night, left from 2 and finished 3rd. Just got beat by half a length, 158-1. 30 seconds flat on the end of it. 5 wins on the season. 157-4 season's best right here in Summerside. She's on the rail tonight. Harlequin Romance, 6 to 1. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Harlequin Romance going yard, thinking of Eddie Princess Halo and Starship Beauty. They're at the top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Harlequin Romance, the first one out, going yard alongside second, thinking of Eddie, will be third to the turn. Princess Halo's away fourth, then fifth is Starship Beauty. Here comes going yard from the outside to take over the lead. In line to Corey McPherson. Harlequin Romance gives way for the two-hole ride, then in mid-pack third. That's thinking of Eddie. Princess Halo goes fourth, and trailing fifth is Starship Beauty. On by the opening quarter mile, led by Going Yard. In the two-hole, that's Harlequin Romance. They were at the quarter in 28 and 4. On the turn, third is Thinking of Eddie. She's followed then by Princess Halo. And then the trailer, Starship Beauty. So the post-time favorite is going to have to circle the field here. And that field of 5 arriving at the opening half mile, led by Going Yard. Second, that is Harlequin Romance. Thinking of Eddie third. There goes Starship Beauty. She's underway to take over fourth. And now the trailer, Princess Halo, 59 seconds flat for a half a mile. Around the turn they go, approaching 5-8. Going Yard, the leader on Harlequin Romance. Thinking of Eddie third. From the outside and moving fourth is Starship Beauty. Fifth and going to the outside, that is Princess Halo. They're well grouped as they arrive at three quarters. Going Yard getting the field there. Harlequin Romance is second from the outside. Starship Beauty third. Three quarters in 1:28 and 4 as they round the top turn for the final time. Eighth of a mile out. Going Yard will turn for home, the leader. Harlequin Romance second. On the outside, Starship Beauty third. Deep stretch now. And here is Going Yard and the Corey McPherson double. Second, that's Harlequin Romance. It might have been Princess Halo to rally up on the outside for third. And the time for the mile, 1:58.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Going Yard was gift-wrapped the front, leaving the gate here tonight as Harlequin Romance decide to set in the two-hole. 28-4, the half in 59, down to three quarters in 1:28 and 4. Going Yard's a winner in 1:58 and 2. Corey McPherson in the bike for his second win tonight. Harlequin Romance in there for second, up for third. That's the 4, Princess Halo. It's 2-1-4 unofficially. In the 8th, we'll see Going Yard and Corey McPherson in the winner's circle next.
Going Yard on her way into the 8th race winner's circle by pacing mare. She's 5 by Always a Virgin. From the Park Place Dam, Pride Park, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, bred by Terry Leonard of Harvard, Illinois. Trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson, second winner for the double. The mile in 1:58 and 2. Going Yard doubles up Corey McPherson in the 8th. Now, the official results from the 8th race, Harlequin Romance was second, Going Yard the winner. Thinking of Eddie fourth, Princess Halo third, Starship Beauty fifth, fractions of 28 and 4, 59, 128 and 4, and the Mild in 158 and 2. From the top, your program rates 21435. Going Yard 580 to win. The exactor was 5070, triactor 7490, superfecta 627.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Wednesday night. I'm Rocky Skirman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Park After Dark Jingle and Mingle. Park After Dark presents Jingle and Mingle featuring Vintage 4.0 with opening act Tipperback on Saturday, December the 6th at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Doors open at 7:30 and the entertainment begins at 8 o'clock. Tickets are $25 plus HST and fees and can be purchased through the Eastlink Center box office. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Kyle Mason will drive the 1 Woodmere Ideal Art. I like 4-2-1, backstretch speed at 1-2-4. Classifier's choice is 2-4-3 in the 9th in 8 minutes. Time to get your 50-50 draw tickets ready. The winning number for $300 to the winner is 210125. For $300, tonight's winning number in the 50-50 draw is 210125. Good luck. And thank you goes out to Stephen F. Arsenault Insurance, co-sponsor of the 50-50.
Woodmere Ideal Art on the 9th Race Post Parade is home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Foy Melanson. The driver change is to Kyle Mason. 2 is Halmac Maximus, owned by Grace Story of Montague, trained by Tammy Collins. Paul Angel drives. 3 is Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy up. 4 is Halmac Exclusive, owned by Leith Waite, Leslie Waite, and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Waite, driven by Corey McPherson. 5, Almost Amos, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran. Jacob Sweetcatch drives. First Glance, number 6, owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown, and One of the Odds Stable of Orwell, trained by Devin Wallace, driven by Brady Sweet. 4 minutes to post time. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway here at Red Shores, Summerside. Players have a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on November 11th. For more details, go to Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Landing on the 4, that's Halmac Exclusive, 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Leith Waite and Les Waite and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite's the trainer. He's looking for a training double tonight. Corey McPherson, the driver, looking for a triple. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from 3 and finished 3. Race time 1:57 and 4, 28 seconds flat. On the end of it, 6 wins from 25 tries, over $20,000 in the bank, and a record of 154 and 3. At Charlottetown, it's Halmac Exclusive from Post 4 with Corey McPherson at 9 to 5. Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw, Jennifer Parsons of Winslow North. Congratulations. There's a look at the 2, Halmac Maximus, 6-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Grace Story of Montague. Tammy Collins is the trainer, looking for a training double. Paul Angel in the bike, looking for a driving double. Last start last Tuesday night. From here, left from post 2 and finished 2. Race time 1:57 and 3. The closing quarter, a snappy 28 seconds flat. Has 3 wins this season from 22 tries and a 1:55 and 2 season's best right here at Summerside. Almost $20,000 in the bank as well. Halmac Maximus leaves 2 tonight with Paul Angel. He's your current choice on the board at 3 to 5. And there's the rail sitter, Woodmere Ideal Art, 10-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifwa Melanson, the trainer. Note the driver change to Kyle Mason. Last start was last Tuesday night here from post 2. Finished 2, just beat a length. 156 and 1, 29 and 3. Closing quarter, Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Has 3 wins this season from 20 tries. 156 and 3, season's best. Right here at Summerside Raceway. On the rail tonight, Woodmere Ideal Art with Kyle Mason, 9 to 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 9th race. Field of 6, Woodmere Ideal Art and Kyle Mason at 2 to 1. The 2, Halmac Maximus and Paul Angel at 3 to 5. Little Leroy, the 3, and Kenny Murphy at 7 to 1. 4, Halmac Exclusive and Corey McPherson at 4 to 1. 5, Almost Amos and Jacob Sweet at 26 to 1. Rounding out the field is the gray fella, First Glance from post 6 and Brady Sweet at 16 to 1. That's the field for tonight's 9th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's ninth race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Ideal Art, Halmac Maximus, Little Leroy, Halmac Exclusive, Almost Jameson, First Glance, a half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate here in the ninth. Top of the stretch. Ready for start. Ralphin facing Woodmere Ideal Art, Halmac Maximus. Little Leroy leave out. Fourth into the turn is Halmac Exclusive, away fifth. That's Almost Amos. Then First Glance will trail as they arrive at the eighth pole, guarding the cones. Woodmere Ideal Art for Kyle Mason on the engine. Second is Little Leroy racing from third. That's Halmac Maximus. Fourth on the cones, that is Halmac Exclusive. Then in fifth, it's Almost Amos. And trailing the field, First Glance in sixth. Straight alignment on by the first quarter mile, and that is Woodmere Ideal Art, the fraction center, and he went 28 and 2 to open it up. Second is Little Leroy, then in third, that's Halmac Maximus. Fourth is Halmac Exclusive. On the move on the outside, fifth, First Glance underway. Now the trailer, Almost Amos. They arrive at the half mile, led by Woodmere Ideal Art. Racing second, Little Leroy on the outside, and first up third, Halmac Maximus underway. They were at the half, 59 and 2. They got a big time breather, this group, of just 31 seconds in the second quarter. Woodmere Ideal Art the leader. From the outside, Halmac Maximus now second. Third at the rail, Little Leroy. First Glance on the outside, fourth. Fifth, Halmac Exclusive on the outside. Almost Amos. They go by three quarters, 3 in and 3 out, and the 3 quarters in the books in 1:28 and 3. A shade more than an eighth of a mile to come. Woodmere Ideal Art, Halmac Maximus right alongside now. Little Leroy third, First Glance fourth. In the home stretch now, Halmac Maximus now the leader. First Glance on the outside. Little Leroy up the rail. He might have got there on the end of it. It's picture time here in the ninth, and the time for the mile in 1:58.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. We saw Woodmere Ideal Art use rail control tonight. 28-2, the half 59 and 2, the 3 quarters in 1:28 and 3. Here's the stretch drive. Little Leroy, you might know the night I wouldn't pick him. He'll get up the inside and get it all here tonight, as Little Leroy and Little Kenny Murphy are going to go to the winner's circle. Training double for Joe Baxter. Driving double for Kenny Murphy. They're going to the winner's circle. Halmac Maximus in there for second with the 6. First Glance third. It's 3-2-6. Unofficially here in the ninth, we're going to see Little Leroy and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
There goes Little Leroy to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the ninth race. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Source of Pride. Off the Art Major Dam. Corral Hanover. Home of Joe Baxter. Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, bred by Eldred Nicholson. Trainer Joe Baxter has the double. Driver Kenny Murphy, he has the double. And Little Leroy stops the clock in 1:58 and 3. Little Leroy and the Murphy and Baxter doubles in the 9th. Now the official results from the 9th race, Woodmere Ideal Art 4th. Halmac Maximus was 2nd. Little Leroy, the race winner. Halmac Exclusive finished 5th. Almost Amos was 6th. First Glance finished 3rd. Fractions of 28 and 2, 59 and 2, 128 and 3, and the mile 158 and 3. From the top, your program reads 4-2-1. 5-6-3. Little Leroy, 930 on the nose. Exactor 3480, Triactor 395.90, and the Superfactor was 201.83.
Redshores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every race card at Redshores, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Scratch the 9, Rymar Jimbo. Number 2, 2 points. The driver is Gary Chappell. Number 5, Starship Zodiac. The driver is Norris Rogers. I'm going with a 3, 2, and 4 in here. Backstretch beat 219. Classifiers choice is 218 in the 10th in 8 minutes. There's that show photo from tonight's 9th race. You're seeing on the line, that's the 6. First glance, just nipping Woodmere Ideal Art on the line. Good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Hallmark Powerball on the 10th race parade, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Nathan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison. Brady Sweet drives. 2 points, number 2, owned by Peter Dunham of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies. And note the driver change to Gary Chappell. Hunger Pangs 3 will be at the back. Here's the 4, Marley's Boy. Marley's Boy, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts, Brody McPhee. 5 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside, trained by Robbie Williams. The driver change is Norris Rogers. McLand, number 6, owned by Michael Dubé of St. Moise, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies. Jacob Sweet catch drives. Well Did, number 7, owned by the Well Did stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, for trainer-driver Paul Langell. 8 is JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jarrett Perot. Corey McPherson drives. 9, Weimar Jimbo has been scratched. Now here's the 3, Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Ryan DeRage. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Summerside, PEI. Stand by for a message from HPIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 10th race. Landing on the 3, Hunger Pangs. 10-year-old Big Yelling by Peng Shui for Suzanne McKagan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Blaine McKenna, the trainer. Ryan DeRoche gets the call again tonight. Last start last Tuesday night. Left from post 5, finished 3rd, 157-3, 28-3 closing quarter. Has 3 wins this season from 19 tries. 155-4 season's best right here at Summerside. Hunger Pangs from post 3 tonight. Look at those odds, 23-1. Tonight's winner in the $20 voucher is Dale Painter. You can come to the broadcast booth. Dale Painter, come to the broadcast desk. There's a look at the 2 points. 5-year-old Big Yelling by Deuce Sealster for Peter Dunham of Moncton, New Brunswick. Chris Davies trains. Note the driver changed to Gary Chappell. Last start was here Tuesday night. Last Tuesday from post 6. Finished second by a neck. Race time 157-4. 30 seconds flat on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike. 3 wins from 23 tries this season. 158-4 season's best at Northside Downs in Nova Scotia. 2 points from post 2 with Gary Chappell is your current choice at 4-5. And there's a look at the 4, Marley's Boy, 4-year-old Big Yelling by Better Than Cheddar for Wade Piccone of Stanchel, who's also the breeder. Earl Watts, the trainer. Brody McPhee in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 5. A winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:58 and 1:29 seconds flat. On the end of it, Paul Angel was in the bike. 4, Marley's Boy with Brody McPhee, 23 to 1. Just another reminder that anyone that purchased a yearling at the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale in Crapo, the transfers have now been released to buyers. If you are adding more owners to your purchase or putting them into a stable name, please notify Standardbrook Canada Rep Joy Power or Standardbrook Canada Head Office Linda Bedard before November the 30th. And don't forget, we're back here harness racing for our last card next Tuesday night. Post time is at 6 o'clock. Tonight's 10th race is scratched down to a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Halmac Powerball, 2 points, Hunger Pangs. Marley's Boy, Starship Zodiac, McLean, Well Did, JK Express. The 9 is scratched. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing, leaving out 2 points alongside. That's Hunger Pangs, third to the turn. Halmac Powerball to get away fourth. That's Marley's Boy. Then it's Starship Zodiac fifth. 6-1 on the turn is McLean. Then Well Did in seventh, and JK Express 8. 2 points in line to Gary Chappell, right on the engine on this night. Second up the rail, Hunger Pangs. Then in third, that's Halmac Powerball. Racing from fourth is Marley's Boy, Starship Zodiac. He's in fifth. Then racing from sixth, that's McLean. Followed then by Well Did and JK Express. 29 seconds flat for an opening quarter in straight alignment. One straight back to 8. On the lead, 2 points. Racing from second is Hunger Pangs. Halmac Powerball is third. Marley's Boy goes fourth. Starship Zodiac fifth. McLean easy outside, and there he goes from 6th. 7th and following out is Well Did. JK Express is 8th. They were halfway home in 58 and 4. Midway around the turn, 2 points will get them over to the 5/8 pole. 2-hole ride, Hunger Pangs. There goes Halmac Powerball. Up from the outside, third. On the outside, fourth is Marley's Boy. On the cone, Starship Zodiac fifth. Third over in 6 is McLean. Then in 7th. Well did. JK Express is 8th. They're paired up. 4 in, 4 out, and they're by the 3/4, and they were there in 1:29 and 2. 1/8 of a mile left to go. 2 points trying to go all the way. Hamac Powerball on the outside second. Hunger Pangs into the passing lane. Marley's Boy is coming. Deep stretch now. 2 points almost there. 2 points, and Gary Chappell will get there. Hunger Pangs second. Hamac Powerball third. And the time for this mile in 1:59.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. 2 points, and catch driver Gary Chappell gets the catch driving call tonight. Go right down the road, 29, 58 and 4. No replay for you from this one, folks. 129 and 2 to 3/4, and 2 points is a winner in 159 and 2. Hunger Pains in there for second. Hamac Powerball third. Nope, they made a liar out of me. Here is the slow-mo now as we see 2 points, and Gary Chappell get the win here tonight. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Thought to be the winningest driver in the history of the old SRW, Gary Chappell got a catch driving call right into the winner's circle. On this Wednesday night, aboard 2 points. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Deuce Sealster off the Better's Delight Dam Tally Ho. Owned by Peter Dunham of Moncton, New Brunswick. Bred by Gary and Christina Hall, trained by Chris Davies, and that Gary Chappell catch drive got him to the winner's circle in 1:59 and 2. 2 points, wires the 10. Now the official results from the 10th race. Hamac Powerball third, 2 points the winner. Hunger Pangs was second. Marley's Boy fourth. Starship Zodiac was fifth. McLean to finish seventh. Well Did was sixth. JK Express finished eighth. Reimer Jimbo was scratched. The fractions 129, 58 and 4, 129 and 2, and the Mildon 159 and 2. In review, 312, 457, 68 scratched. 2 points paid $5.20. The exactor $17.60, triactor $59, and the superfactor was $21.17.
Top of the Park Restaurant is now taking reservations for Red Shores holiday lunch and dinner buffets. Our holiday buffets feature a mouth-watering selection of seasonal specialties and holiday trimmings made with fresh local ingredients. To book a table, please call the Top of the Park at 902-620-4264 or visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Note the driver change in number 3 to Brady Sweet. I like 216, backstretch beat 231, classifier's choice is 246 in the 11th in 7 minutes.
On the 11th race post parade, number 1 is Coast to Coast Shark, owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace. Jacob Sweet drives. Good Omen 2, owned by Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. 3 is Privilege, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Robert Tate of Riverview, New Brunswick. Trained by George Renison, and note the driver change to Brady Sweet. Brookdale J. Mack wears number 4 for owners Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, Brody McPhee driving. 5 Solid Silver, Corey McPherson at the lines for owner-trainer Stacy Dara, Stratford. 6 is Melody Maker, owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Ryan DeRoche drives. 4 minutes to post time. The PEI Matinee Racing Banquet is scheduled for Wednesday, November 19th at the Top of the Park Restaurant. To reserve tickets, contact Julie Jameson at 902-569-1682.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Landing on the 2 in here. Good Omen, 4-year-old Big Yelling by Better Than Cheddar. For Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. He's looking for a double tonight. Last start here, last Tuesday night, had the rail. A winner by 6.5 in 156 flat. First win of 2025. Closed it out in a very snappy 27-3. Good Omen from Post 2 tonight with Paul Angel at 9-5. And there's the rail sitter, Coast to Coast Shark, 12-year-old Big Yelling by Coast to Coast Yankee for Shirley Wallace of Alberton, who's also the breeder. Jeffrey Wallace is the trainer. Jacob Sweet will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, left from 5, finished third. 156-3, 29-4 closing quarter. 4 wins on the season from 21 tries, over $10,000 in the bank, and a 156-1 season's best right here 4 starts ago for Brady Sweet. On the rail tonight, Coast to Coast Shark. That's the angle I played using rail control. Jacob Sweet aboard at 28-1. And there's a look at the 6, Melody Maker, 7-year-old Big Yelling by He's Watching for Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. He's also the trainer. Ryan DeRoche will do the driving. Last start was last Tuesday night here from Post 4. Finished 4th, 156-3, 29-4 closing quarter. 3 wins on the season and a 155 season's best right here in Summerside. Melody Maker leaving on the outside 6 tonight for Ryan DeRoche. Big odds, 43-1. Tonight's 11th race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Coast to Coast Shark, Good Omen, Privilege, Brookdale J. Mac, Solid Silver, and Melody Maker are at the top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Coast to Coast Shark, Good Omen, and to their outside, Privilege leave out. Fourth into the turn is Brookdale J. Mac. Away fifth is Solid Silver and Melody Maker sixth. Programmed order start. Coast to Coast Shark out in front. In line to Jacob Sweet. Good Omen goes second. Privilege third. Brookdale J. Mac fourth. Then in fifth it's Solid Silver. And trailing sixth, Melody Maker. They're arriving at the quarter mile, and the veteran pacer out in front, Coast to Coast Shark and Jacob Sweet. We're at that quarter in 29 seconds flat. Two-hole ride is Good Omen, Privilege around the turn third, Brookdale J. Mac fourth, Solid Silver in fifth, Melody Maker sixth. No movement towards the half mile they come, led by Coast to Coast Shark. He's halfway home in the two-hole. Good Omen, Privilege continuing third. Fourth is Brookdale J. Mac, and he's gone to the outside. Following out fifth, it's Solid Silver. Melody Maker continuing to trail 59 and 2, the halfway home time. Arriving at 5/8, Coast to Coast Shark, the leader. Up and out him on the outside, Brookdale J. Mac. Then in third is Good Omen. Moving up fourth is Solid Silver. Then fifth up the rail, Privilege on the outside. Melody Maker six are on by 3/4. Brookdale J. Mac clears the lead late for McPhee. 3/4 in 1:28 and 3 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Brookdale J. Mac turning home. Second, Coast to Coast Shark. Good Omen needs a way out. He's going to the passing lane now. Deep stretch now. Brookdale J. Mac. Good Omen, Coast to Coast Shark. That's Brookdale J. Mac to double up Brody McPhee. Second is Good Omen. Coast to Coast Shark held third. The mile was 1:58 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. And we saw Coast to Coast Shark bust off the wings on the rail, 29, the half, 59 and 2. Going to 3/4 in 1:28 and 3. Brookdale J. Mac was on the march with Brody McPhee and took over the lead here. And here is the stretch drive. Good Omen coming up the inside, just run at a racetrack as Brookdale J. Mac gets his 6th win of the season, 9th career. Tonight, 1:58 flat. Brody McPhee in the bike for the driving double. Good Omen gets up there for second with Coast to Coast Shark third. 4-2-1 unofficially in the 11th. We'll see Brookdale J. Mac and Brody McPhee in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Brookdale J. Mack on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in the 11th. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by He's Watching from the Bettor's Delight Dam Bettor's Chance on with Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, trained by Phil Sizer. Brody McPhee has his second winner on this night for the double, and the time for the mile in 1:58. Brookdale J. Mack and the McPhee double in the 11th. Now the official results from race 11, Coast to Coast Shark was third, Good Omen second. Privilege was sixth. Brookdale J. Mack, the race winner. Solid Silver finished fifth. Melody Maker fourth. 29, 59 and 2, 128 and 3, and the mile in 158. In review, 326, 154. Brookdale J. Mack paid $8.10. The Exactor $12.50, Triactor $25.10, and the Super Factor was $6.87.
Redshores Summerside is another exciting on-track promotion until the end of our live racing season, which is next Tuesday, November the 11th. Introducing the new Track Triple. By the aisle, pick 5, a pick 4, and 1 daily double, and you have a chance to win $500. Ask your on-track seller about the new Track Triple. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. It's our feature here on a Wednesday night. I'm going to go 5-4-3, backstretch beat at 4-2-5, classifiers choice 4-5-2. Number 3, Middleton Terror, make the driver, Brody McPhee, post time in 8 minutes.
It's the Wednesday night featured 12th race on parade. Number 1 is PL Quicksand. Owned by Calvin Ramsey and Billy Companion of Summerside. Billy does the training and driven by Brady Sweet. 2 is Doc Awesome, one with Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Trained by Darla McCachran, driven by Corey McPherson. Middleton Terror 3, owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by David Dowling. Note the driver change to Brody McPhee. Brookdale Johnny, number 4, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. 5 is Sobble Attack, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul Bigger does the conditioning and driven by Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes to post time, and Rocky, you and I are coming back with our selections in the feature. Once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm off to the Sizer barn in here, Mr. Skirman. I like Brookdale Johnny. Come from off the pace and was closing in late with that 27-4 kicker last week. Then he had the 3-race win streak. I'll look for him to get back in the winning ways tonight. Right alongside, I'll go to the 5, Sobble Attack, last week's winner. I'll use the 2, Doc Awesome, for 3rd, and I'll go to the Billy Companion trainee and co-owner, PL Quicksand, off of the rail. 4, 5, 2, 1 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
Well, I'm going to reverse that a little bit. I'm going to go to the 5, Sobble Attack. Got to put him in there. He did it last week. Got a great trip there and a great win for his 4th win of the season, 27th career. For 2nd, the 4, Brookdale Johnny. Then I went to the 3, Middleton Terror. First trip back since July, but I got to put him in there. And then I'll go to Butchie Ramsey and Billy Companion's horse, new horse on the rail, PL Quicksand. So I'm going to go 5, 4, 3, 1. Vance going 4, 5, 2, 1. Good luck with your selections here in the feature on a Wednesday night at Red Shore, Summerside. Let's have a look at the odds board for the this evening's feature here at Red Shore, Summerside. First half of the late double exactor, no show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta. Also available is the triactor win in place. PL Quicksand, newcomer to Prince Edward Island. Brady Sweet aboard at 16-1. The 2, Doc Awesome and Corey McPherson at 5-2. Middleton Terror with Brody McPhee aboard at 6-5. Your current choice, the 4, Brookdale Johnny and Paul Angel at 8-5. Rounding out the field on your screen right now, that's Sobble Attack. Kenny Murphy's looking for a driving triple tonight, and they are at 4-1. That's the field for tonight's 12th race feature. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 12th race, our feature here at Redshore Summerside on a Wednesday night, is a field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Centre starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
PL Quicksand, Doc Awesome, Middleton Terror, Brookdale Johnny, and Sobble Attack. Top of the stretch. Wednesday night feature preferred. Off strike getting out. PL Quicksand jumped it off. And there they go. Doc Awesome at the rail, the leader. Second, Middleton Terror. Brookdale Johnny's on the outside third. Then Sobble Attack fourth. And the trailer in the backfield after the miscue. PL Quicksand. Up the backstretch they go. Doc Awesome freewheeling on the lead. Brookdale Johnny has second, but he's not going to wait. Up and on the move on the outside. Brookdale Johnny to take over top spot at the quarter for Paul Angel. Doc Awesome is second, Middleton Terror third, Sobble Attack fourth, and the trailer, that is PL Quicksand. 27, 30, boom! Just like that, they fired up in the feature. Brookdale Johnny now the leader coming towards half mile. Doc Awesome is second. Third is Middleton Terror. Sobble Attack is fourth. And the trailer, that is PL Quicksand. They're halfway home, and Brookdale Johnny is the midway point leader for Paul Angel. Tracking second is Doc Awesome. Then third, around the turn, Middleton Terror. Fourth, Sobble Attack. And PL Quicksand. He's the fifth one off of 56 and 4 half mile. Brookdale Johnny up the backstretch. Second and final time now. 3/4 coming next. Doc Awesome on his back second. Here comes Sobble Attack to take over third. Middleton Terror now fourth. And PL Quicksand is that trailer. 3/4 in 1. 26 and 4. Rounding the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile out in the feature. Brookdale Johnny clear by 2. Doc Awesome is second. Sobble Attack on the outside third. Middleton Terror fourth. On the wire next, here is Brookdale Johnny for Paul Angel. Doc Awesome looks to hold second. Closing up third might have been Middleton Terror. And the time for the mile in tonight's featured race. They were home in 1:55. 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race feature. Brookdale Johnny drove up and took the lead to the quarter in 27 and 3. Down to the half in 56 and 4, to 3/4 in 1:26 and 4, and here's the stretch drive. It's all Brookdale Johnny to win this one. A battle on for the place here. In for second, it's now posted. The 2, Doc Awesome in there for second, with the 3, Middleton Terror third. 4, 2, 3 unofficially in the 12th. We're going to see Brookdale Johnny. Paul Angel doubles up tonight, as does Phil Sizer and the Pollies. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, it looks like it's all going to come down to the final night of racing, to who's going to be the top driver and who's going to be the top trainer. as Phil Sizer has his second training victory on this night. Paul Langell, he'll pick up his second driving victory. And Brookdale Johnny will take them all in to the winner's circle here in the 12th. Brookdale Johnny, Bay Pacing Gelding 5, a Rockin' in Heaven. From the Shadow Play Dam, Brookdale Gia, a homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, who have the owning double tonight. Trained by Phil Sizer, who has the training double tonight. And driven a victory by Paul Langell, who has the driving double tonight. So we're serving up doubles on this Wednesday night at Summerside. Brookdale Johnny's in the feature in 155 and 3. Now the official results in the 12th, PL Quicksand 5th, Doc Awesome 2nd, Middleton Terror was 3rd, Brookdale Johnny the race winner, Sobel Attack 4th, they went 27 and 3, 56 and 4, 126 and 4, and the mile in 155 and 3. In review, it's 5, 2, 3, 1, 4. Brookdale Johnny $2.90, the exactor $6, triactor $22, super effective $3.45.
Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered in race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race, our finale here tonight. I'm going to go with a 6-1-2, backstretch beat 1-6-3. Classifiers choice is 1-6-2. In the finale, note the driver change on the 3. Don't come looking. The driver is Brady Sweet. 8 minutes to post. And there's a show photo from tonight's feature. You're seeing the 3, Middleton Terror, beating out the 5, Sobble Attack. Good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Brookdale Thomas on the 13th race parade, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell driving. Hands off, nose in, 2, Ralph Sweet of Valeri owns and trains, Jacob Sweet driving. 3, Don't Come Looking, owned by Harold Ariane and Angeli Duguay of Pablos, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, and note the driver change to Brady Sweet. Sword from the Stone, number 4, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman and Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet, Brody McPhee drives. Twisted Joke, number 5, owned by the Ultimate Stable, Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sirfoy Melanson, Kyle Mason. Chromed Up is 6, owned by Mark Land and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay, Corey McPherson driving. 7 is Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Elderslie, trained by Alan McDonald, Kenny Murphy driving. Mappo O'Reilly, number 8, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, driven by Ryan DeRage. 3 minutes to post time, featuring the Super High 5 here in the 13th. We're back with live racing tomorrow night. Red Shore, Charlottetown, post time 6 p.m. Rocky has his Super High 5 ticket to wrap up this Wednesday night program.
And there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. I'm going with the 6 here, Chromed Up for Corey McPherson. He's looking for his 3rd win tonight over the 1, Brookdale Thomas. They're sharp tonight, though, the Pollies and Phil Sizer and Paul Langell. For 3rd, I'll go with the 2, Hands Off, Nose In, rounded out with the 4 and the 7. Vance Lakes, the 1, Brookdale Thomas over the 6, 2, 4, and 5. Good luck with your Super High 5s here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 13th race finale. Brookdale Thomas, Paul Angel at 2-1. Hands Off, Nose In, and Jacob Sweet at 7-1. Don't Come Looking and Brady Sweet at 4-1. The 4, Sword from the Stone, Brody McPhee will drive. Brody's got 2 wins tonight for 50 on the season. Congratulations. Right now they are at 9-1. The 5, Twisted Joke and Kyle Mason at 7-2. Chromed Up 6 and Corey McPherson at 5-2. The 7, Wizard and Kenny Murphy at 8-1. Rounding out the field is Mappo O'Reilly with Ryan DeRoche at 25-1. That's the field for tonight's 13th race finale. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 13th race finale has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starter gate. One more time, here is track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brookdale Thomas, Hands Off, Nose In. Don't Come Looking, Sword from the Stone. Twisted Joe, Chromed Up. Wizard, Mappo O'Reilly on the grandstand side to close it out. Top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Wednesday night Super High Five finale. Post time. The rough and pacing Brookdale Thomas will lead them out. Sword from the Stone second. Third one to the turn. Towards that inside is Hands Off, Nose In. Dropping into B fourth as they round the turn is Chromed Up. Then fifth on the cones is Don't Come Looking. Twisted Jokes in sixth, followed by Wizard. And then the trailer, Mapper O'Reilly. One straight back to 8 as they arrive at the first quarter, led by Brookdale Thomas and Paul Angel by 2. Sword from the Stone goes second. They were at the quarter in 28-4. Hands Off, Nose In is third. That's Chromed Up fourth. Then in fifth, Don't Come Looking. Twisted Joke has 6. He's followed by Wizard and Mappo O'Reilly. Down the stretch and straight alignment at the opening half mile. Led there by Brookdale Thomas. He's halfway home in the nightcap. Tracking in the 2-hole is Sword from the Stone. Hands Off, Nose In third. There goes Chromed Up now. He'll be first up on the outside. A racing fourth. 59 seconds flat was the half mile. Down to 3/8 to go, and Brookdale Thomas leading to 3/4. From the outside, Chromed Up is now coming to call. Third up the rail. That's Sword from the Stone. Then in fourth, Hands Off, Nose In. On the outside, Don't Come Looking fifth. Up the rail goes Wizard 6. Then in seventh, Mappo O'Reilly. On the outside, the trailer, Twisted Joke. 3/4 completed in 1:29-1. They're down to an 8th to go. Brookdale Thomas at the rail. To his outside is Chromed Up. Then in third, Sword from the Stone. From the outside, Hands Off, Nose In. Deep stretch now. Sword from the Stone. Up the inside. Hands Off, Nose In. He just got it all here in the Super High Five. There will be a picture and time for the mile to close it out on this Wednesday night. 1:58-3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale. And we saw Brookdale Thomas fired off the wings, 28-4 the half in 59, down to 3/4 in 129-1. Here's the stretch drive. What a great little drive tonight by Jacob Sweet on hands off, nose in, as they're going to get up here to upset them here in the finale in 158-3. Here's a great stretch drive by Universal Media. We're seeing Sword from the Stone on the inside, but getting it all on the outside. That is the 2. Hands off, nose in a photo here in the finale, but we are going to see the 2. Hands off, nose in, and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Hands off, nose in the photo finish, on his way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle. Hands off, nose in, bay facing gelding 4 by Make Wicked. From the Some Beach Somewhere Dam Party Beach, owned and trained for Wild Sweet Larry, bred by Hudson Standard Breds. Jacob Sweet will guide him to victory on this night. Time for the mile in 158-3. Hands off, nose in the Super High 5. Now the official results in the 13th, Brookdale Thomas 3rd, Hands Off Nose In the winner. Don't Come Looking was 8th, Sword from the Stone 2nd, Twisted Joke was 7th, Chromed Up finished 4th, Wizard was 5th, Maple O'Reilly 6th, 28-4, 59, 129-1, and the mile in 158-3. In review, it's 318, 274, 5-6. Hands off, nose in, $18 to win. The exactor $55.90, triactor $383.10. The late daily double returning $65.40, and the super high 5 that has yet to be posted. And that will complete our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle went $34,755. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.